I don't know. I think it was because of me to one of her friends, but then we patched things up, and then she didn't realize that I patched things up with her, and she still thinks that she still holds a grudge.
Okay, well, like, what happened with the girl?
Okay.
What happened to this chick?
She's a bitch.
Okay, you keep saying that, but what did she do?
She told the guy that was going to give me the drink not to work with me.
Okay, well, aren't there other strip clubs where you could work?
Yeah. Interstate.
Well, isn't that too far away?
No.
Okay, so are you going to do that?
Yeah.
So you're still going to do it? Zoot, are you still going to do it?
I'm going to try.
Okay. Did McDonald's get back to you? Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah.
And what did they say? Did you make your video for them?
Yeah. So the application's finished.
Oh. And what's the plan now?
Gonna stand up on Monday night. Get a look.
Well, but I mean, don't you have a plan for working at McDonald's?
No. I got a plan in occupational therapist, and then they give me a job providing services.
What's a job providing service? You mean a headhunter?
Yeah, but I look for jobs for me.
Okay. I mean, that works.
It's just a couple. So from September with them.
It's September 15th?
Yep.
Okay, so what happened September 15th? Zoot, what happened September 15th?
I get to see my occupational therapist.
Okay, are you excited for that?
Yep.
Okay. And what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? All right. Would you be willing to work a physical job? Oh, fuck. Zoot, I'll be there in a second. And we're going to play. So just be patient. I need another 3 minutes. So, Zoot, what kind of job do you think they're going to give you? You don't know?
$20 million.
Do you think they're going to give you a $20 million job? Okay. Doing what?
I deserve 20 million dollars a year.
Of course you do, Zoot. We all know that. Everybody knows that. All right.
I mean, it's just gonna go up my nose. It's better that they do that than
Zoot, have you ever done cocaine?
Yeah.
So you don't even know what it's like.
No, I would never do cocaine.
Dude, it's fun as fuck. All right, you ready for Moncala, son?
Have you done cocaine?
Tons.
What?
Yeah. Yo, welcome. What up, Cat? How you living, pimp?
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
I was away for a couple of days. I had to do something.
That's okay.
I
Shit.
just decided to check up on what's going on here.
Absolutely. We're just about to play a game. Zoot, are you ready for your invitation?
Hello?
Yo, what up? How are you?
Did you send me the wrong info?
Oh, you got it? Welcome.
Yep. This isn't Moncala.
Okay, well, we'll play whatever game you started.
Which game are you guys playing?
I don't even know. Zoot, what are we playing? Oh, we're playing...
Send me an info.
Hold on, we're playing Karam.
Send me an info.
Hold on, we're playing Karam first. You beat me the last night.
So you definitely should try cocaine. Like, you're closing yourself up from so much fun if you don't try cocaine.
There you go. Listen to Cat.
You have to keep it under control. You don't need to be scared of the unfamiliar. You just have to keep it under control.
That's 100% right.
Cocaine is good for you, trust me. Cocaine is not good for you. It's like coffee. It's a stimulant. It makes your brain function faster.
That's all true.
Oh, Rabbi, I helped you.
All right.
Talk. I think like you're gonna get a few here, but I set myself up in a really good position.
Yes, you did.
Okay, Rabbi, I will not disturb your gaming session more. I will see you later, maybe.
Absolutely, Cat.
Yes.
Cat, you're always welcome. Excellent. Take care, Amethusa. Cat, peace, buddy.
Don't do. I will, but no.
I know right
Don't
now.
do cocaine or heroin.
Dog.
So you done cocaine, Rabbi?
Yeah, I've done it in Mexico, and I've done it in Las Vegas, and
Well, that's fucking good. You doing it in Mexico.
no, because we got it in Las Vegas, so we had a hookup. This guy, my uncle is like a high roller, kind of, not really, not a really big high roller, but like he knew a lot of people at casinos, and there was this guy who lived in his gated community, and my friends and I were there for spring break, and we were gonna do cocaine, and my uncle had said like he loves cocaine, but he doesn't do it unless other people are there because he would just do it all day. And so this guy comes over, and he has this like package, and we put it on a plate, and we snorted cocaine all night. I snorted cocaine as I tried to write a paper, and this paper just ended up being the worst paper I ever wrote. It was so bad that my professor, who was really cool, told me just enjoy spring break and write the paper when you come back. And then we drove from Las Vegas like through California to the Mexico border, and they just like waved us in the Mexico border. They didn't even stop us. And then we fucking snorted this. We just brought this plate with us, and my uncle had a condominium. My uncle had a condominium. You're good. My uncle had a condominium in Mexico, and then once we got there, we we like we ended up finishing the cocaine. I literally like had this whole plate of cocaine to myself, which I just thought was the fucking. I just thought was the coolest fucking thing ever, and um, I I was just up. Oh, I know. I was up so much. I was up all night fucking by myself doing cocaine, and I had to drive to Mexico the next day, and I couldn't do it. I was too tired, and I told my friends like, "Look, if you make me drive, we're never gonna fucking get there." And so my other friend drove, and um, then we made it to Mexico, and then once we were there was so much other shit to do. Like we took this tour of a tequila factory after dark, after it was closed, and we fucking got all fucked up on tequila. There's like a lot of fucking drugs to do. But yeah, I've done cocaine. Never to the point where I had like a cocaine habit. Um, but yeah, and it's a lot of fun. I love the like almost more than anything. There's like a whole um how would I say like a procedure that when you do it, it's like hop it up and it's like on a glass, it's like on a mirror or it can be, and then you get like yeah, or plate or whatever, and then you fucking do it, and then it just like instantly hits you. You feel like you're in a movie. It's just, it's great.
Doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it does. It's amazing.
No, the after effects.
Um, I've got you here, Zoot. The after effects. I mean, there's like a come down, yeah, but you can ease that. Now, I think you get into trouble when you start mixing it with stuff, but we were in a fortunate position because the guy, my like uncle's dealer, lived in a house right. It was like a neighboring house in this gated community. We knew where he got it. He got it directly from Colombia, and he used to just ship it around the world, around the United States. At least at the time, this was a while ago, but you could ship things from like FedEx and UPS, and they wouldn't get checked, but they would by the the post office. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have.
And the points.
You play ranked games.
Rabbi, I think I fucked up.
Big dog. In Moncala, it's never over, baby.
This is the most confusing game.
Why do you think it's confusing?
Because we don't know the strategies.
I do.
You think I'm doing a good strategy right now?
Yeah.
I I do not. I think that was okay. Your turn. Okay, dog.
Calm down, Zoot.
I think everything. Like, oh,
Yeah, that was big time, Zoot.
that was a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it was. Dude, I might lose. You just helped me. I won.
I played terrible.
Yeah, you did.
We're going to win the next game.
I'm ready for you, pimp.
Do you know if you'll play that?
Hey! Pardon me. I mean,
7.
it's not done yet. Calm down, Zoot. You're up, big dog. I just won. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. Maybe. We'll see.
You won.
We'll see, big dog. Yeah, it's over.
I think you probably got one of the highest scores you can get here.
What was it?
41. But I'm saying higher than that.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know if that's the highest you can get, but it's high. Big dog, you're up. You're up, pimp. You're up, pimp.
I keep losing.
Yeah, you do. Wow, this one.
That was a feeling I won.
That was a big one.
The best move here is this. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I don't think you're in a good place here.
I am not.
I don't think that was a good move.
It was not. Oh, Zoot. What's going to happen?
Wow. I think it's about even now. Rabbi,
What up, pimp? I can't lose.
you can lose.
I cannot lose. It's over.
Fuck, I played wait. I swear, if I try, I was trying too hard and I lost. I swear in this game, like, you just click buttons and you win.
You know that's not true. There is some strategy. And by the way, you can earn coins by just playing non-ranked games. We just earn coins there.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea, pimp?
I'm just gonna click buttons.
I don't know if that's smart. Yeah, you know it, babe.
Oh. How long do you think it's gonna take?
Oh man, my game just glitched out. You're up, pimp.
Can you keep train forever, Rabbi?
That's the plan.
Do the people at Kid know what you're doing?
Oh yeah.
Like, have they ever come into the live stream?
Yeah, they put me on the front page a few times. And they have to manually do that.
Now they banned you?
Correct.
Why do you think they banned you?
They have told me they have banned me for ban evasion.
Ban invasion?
Ban evasion.
What's that?
When you avoid their bans.
Oh, ban invasion.
Word.
What would happen if you stream on Kick right now?
I would probably be able to do it for a little time and then they'd ban me. Dude, what's gonna happen here, son? Zoot, what's gonna happen here? This game is over. This game is over.
Have they ever threatened legal action?
No, but I've had people who have come to me to sue them through class action lawsuits. There was a uh, a law firm that contacted me and a bunch of other people who had their data leaked by Kick or something like that, and I thought about uh, going along with it, but I figured they didn't really do anything that wrong, and whatever, it's no big deal. I didn't really care about it. So you have an interesting strategy.
I think my I fucked up. I could have really fucked you up there.
Yes, you could have. Oh, you fucked up, son.
I don't think I did.
You might have won.
Not a fucked up.
You, my friend, might have won. Nope, I got you. I got you, son. This game is over.
Yeah, you still have to move.
Yeah, it's over though. Baby, this game is over.
I fucked up.
You fucked up majorly.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Why do you think? Why do you think no one talks about people with impaired motor skills?
Dude, they talk about them all the time.
No, they don't.
Ever heard of somebody with a DUI?
Yeah, I'm talking about like someone that's born with impaired motor skills. Why do you think it doesn't like the issue? Like, why are there so many people with impaired motor skills?
I mean, a lot of times people don't want to talk about people with special needs.
If you had a child with impaired motor skills, would you not want to talk about that?
I don't know. I probably would want to be an advocate for those kinds of people. Good move, Zoot. Zoot, good move. What are you gonna do, Zoot? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot, is this game over? Zoot, is this game over?
I think I'm in a better position.
Let's see.
That might have been the worst. That was the worst move you could have made. Alright, Rabbi. Might not be a great move. Oh, that might have been it. That might have been the move. Rabbi, I think I made this perfect move.
Zoot, just win, babies. I won. You lost by as slim a margin as you can lose, by which you can lose. Zoot, you lost
So 2 points?
by 1 point.
No, 2.
You had 23.
Yeah, you had 25.
Right. You lost by 1 point.
That's 2 points.
That's a good point. But if you had one more point, we would have tied. So basically, I get what you're saying. It's an interesting thing. I don't know why they say it that way. Okay, so you lost by 2 points. But, okay, that's fine. Are you going to improve your game?
I get what you're saying.
Right. It's an interesting thing. What are your thoughts on this move?
Not as good as this move. Yeah, that might seem like a bad move now, but it will come back later. It's been 10 years.
Zoot, you're up.
I swear the last 5 years,
Okay.
time just goes so quick when you get older.
Word, dog. What's going to happen here, Zoot? I think you might win.
Did your 30s go quicker than your 20s?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Zoot, what's going to happen here? Zoot, is it over? Zoot, is this game over? Zoot. Zoot, is this game over? What up, pimp?
Does every year get faster and faster?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir. Zoo, you've lost like 5 games in a row.
Doesn't it slow down when you get like to old age as well? But time slows down when you get to old age.
No, it goes like extremely fast then.
Why do you think that is?
It's more relative time. So, like when you're 3 years old, 1 year is 1/3 of your life. But when you're 30 years old, 1 year is 1/5 of your life. I made a mistake.
At the same time, it's just different experience. And your brain processes. Your brain processes more information. Has to process more information that's not familiar, but as you get used to the information, yeah. I heard constantly moving location and um, slow down your feeling of time perception. You're constantly moving location, your brain has to process more information than before.
That could be.
If you stay in the same location, your brain isn't processing more information, as much information.
Zoo, what's going to happen here? Zoo.
I only need. Oh wait, you want? Yeah, you want. You want.
Not necessarily. Zoo, what are your thoughts on that? Do you want to have? All right, it's time to play Mesh Monsters.
Maybe that's why time goes fast for you, because you're in the same location for the last couple of years. I'll tell you something though, right?
What do you want to tell me, Zoo?
There was one time I took shrooms, and the second time I've only done shrooms twice. The second time I took shrooms, it felt like I was stuck in that trip for 20 years.
Yeah, that happens.
I went to hell, I went to heaven. Heaven's better than hell.
Big time. Are you proud of that move?
Yeah, but I helped you. If I was you, I would have just moved the berries, because you're only losing 5 points. You're only losing one extra health point because you started with an extra health point.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the berries on this one. In fact, I do everything I can to outright avoid them.
You think it, Rabbi?
What up, pimp?
It is impossible to raise a 5 days economy for the Africans.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make like $250,000 a year.
$250,000 a year to raise a kid in this economy?
More than that. Just to own a house in California, it's about $250,000.
Yeah, no one's ever gonna have kids.
They will. They'll just have them out of wedlock, and then they'll be basically of the state.
What do you mean?
They'll just be like they'll be in like foster care and stuff.
No one wants to do that. No one wants to have their kids in foster care.
It's just what happens. Zoot, I'm at max hit points. Did you know that, son? You're up, big dog. Zoot, were you aware that you are up?
Are you aware that I'm winning?
Look at the score, dog.
Yeah, but how many of your monsters are above?
0.
Why is that?
Because I don't like to lose points.
Rabbi, I just gave you an extra move.
Thanks, baby. I don't see it.
It could go. It's right in front of you. It's your turn. Are you stupid?
I didn't see it.
That was your turn. Rabbi?
Yo, Zoot, give it to me, baby.
Here we go. Love that thing on that. Yeah, push food. Maybe 8
Um, does he sing on Bartender?
No. I don't know.
That song, I'm strong, have to get me, got me doing things I'll never do with him, and never can you, I'm strong. I don't know. I like that song.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's big.
Is it not Akon?
It could be.
You know that you say that? It might not be. I don't know why I think that's not by him. No, it's not. I don't think it is. Actually, now that you say that. But I do think that I just got a move, son. A heel leaf?
Yeah, good. This is good.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Hey,
you ever had it?
Zoot, you're doing stand-up comedy on Monday?
Right.
Are you gonna record it?
Today? Yeah. But today someone told me that they met someone in Australia that they autism by telling me about autism.
I don't get it.
I don't either. They just dropped it by listening. You're the autism.
Possums there?
Yeah. Maybe I should be by possum and feel my problems.
Have it. So what are you talking? You don't even know what it is.
I know what it is.
No, you don't.
It's about social and verbal communication.
No one knows that. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is.
You know, just keep on changing ordering the criteria so everyone has some form of it. And then they're just like, oh, you have it severely. It's like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
The fucking person who diagnosed me with it was just misinterpreting everything and they diagnosed me as well.
Dude, I got another heel leaf, son.
You want to know the honest truth, Rabbi?
Tell it to me, baby.
I think in life there's some people you just don't connect with, and there's some people you do, and then people find you weird because you don't connect with the person, and they put a label on you.
Okay.
That's the honest fucking truth.
All right, big dog. Whatever you want to say. I fucked up.
How did you fuck up?
I could have beaten you straight up. This game is over, son. It's over, baby.
Should I fuck up like would I still be alive if I didn't get married?
No.
I'm gonna ask Rob what she's doing.
You're gonna ask Rob what, son?
What is it?
Dude, no one knows.
I think the people diagnosing what the fuck it is.
I think it's what Rain Man had. Even though they say that's not what he had.
You know. Difficulty with verbal and non-verbal communication, such as understanding social cues and maintaining conversations or interpreting body language, engaging in repetitive actions, hand clapping, lighting up objects, or having intense focused interest in specific topics. Sensory sensitivities, over or under sensitivity to what's like sounds, textures, or lights. I don't have any sensory sensitivities, and I don't have.
Dude, are you gonna accept the fucking invitation? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw. Dude, I just asked you a question, son. Are you ready to lose? So you always say that, and literally, you always lose.
I just fucking gave you again. Rabbi, do you realize that I could not have lined it up more perfectly for you the other way? Do you realize that you are playing nearly perfect right now?
Yeah, baby.
I'm gonna play the best game I can.
Let's see it.
No, no. Oh, fuck, I'm fucked. That one was the best move.
Yeah, it was.
No, you could have got 5. Okay, that was a pretty good move.
So I just got you with the fire and the green stuff.
Yeah, but I'm gonna win.
All right, let's see it because I don't think you are.
Have you ever? Oh, shit, that was autistic.
That was Tourette's, son.
You're bad with social cues.
No, I think I'm amazing with them. I meet new people every day and make things very
You
tranquil.
said I'm bad with social cues?
Oh, you suck at them, dog. You're terrible.
Really?
Terrible.
What?
Um, you when meeting a new person, you're not very open. You ask strange questions, sometimes to make it awkward. Not that's not always that bad, but you you when someone asks you a question, you don't answer immediately. You get distracted and do something else. Sometimes you just leave without saying bye, like things that normal people do, and it's frustrating. You when somebody new says, "Hi, how are you?" You'll just be like quiet, and then I'll sometimes have to say, "Zoot, how?" They said hello. How are you doing? And you'll be like, "Oh, I'm fine."
You ready?
I'm ready, baby.
But this is the best move. That was good. Even you did that. Even though you did that, there's nowhere on the board where you have an advantage here. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I can fuck you hard.
Calm down.
Are you ready to get, what, 30 points? How
Baby,
much damage should you do?
25.
You ready for this? Oh, you're fucked. 25?
Dude, look at you. And you get to go again?
Rabbi.
Go, dog.
I don't think I can believe it.
Of course you miss me. I'm amazing.
I was so good.
Calm down, Zoot. We all know that.
It's not small. That's correct.
Zoot, you are spanking me this game, son. You're up, big dog. Zoot, are you going to win? Zoot. This game is over. You won. Are you proud of yourself? It's over. Zoot, it's over. Oh, big one. Big move, Zoot. Zoot, end it. Zoot, go.
I just gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
Oh, fuck.
No, you didn't.
But you still get it. You still get a 25 hit. Like, do you make that move already? I didn't want it. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I only need 15 points to live around.
Yep. Oh, dude, I'm about to lose.
Fuck. You can come back.
It's like impossible.
The board is not in your favor right now. I don't think it's going to be mine. Maybe.
You're up, pimp.
Can I win right now?
No.
Rabbi, can I win right now?
No, go.
And the answer is yes. I just want.
How did you just heal? Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Zoot, well, you should be. You play like a G. Now you ready to play? You've lost, or you have not won in this game in like 15 games in a row.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
have you ever had an out-of-body experience?
No.
So you've never gone to a different...
No. What are your thoughts on this shot? You just helped me. Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Did you see that? Zoot, did you see how shot was? Your dog shit. Your shot's just gonna help me.
It wasn't bad.
It was bad.
It's not terrible.
Your shit is terrible. Your shot is terrible. You can't get through all that. It's over, baby.
Rabbi,
Yes,
is
sir.
anyone in your family, Rabbi?
I've had people in my family are rabbis, but they're like a long time ago. Oh, come on, baby.
Family knows what you're doing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
What do they think of you?
Oh, they know that I've always been an interesting individual, and oh fuck, I don't know if they haven't made me aware of anything negative about it. So long as I don't have to come to them for money, I think they're fine. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're just gonna help me. Thank you. Zoot, thank you. Zoot, did you hear me just say thank you? Do you know why I said thank you? Because you made this easy. Make it, Zoot. You just missed it. Zoot, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. I'm terrible at this hole. Dog. Dude, look how good a shot this is. Dude, you admitted that you have a little dick. I mean, that's okay.
I
I
don't think I do.
I think that I'd rather be whacking a finger than have Tourette's syndrome. I would rather be lacking a finger than Tourette's syndrome. I wouldn't go as far as an entire hand, but maybe I might say that I would rather have lost maybe, God forbid, an entire hand than Tourette's syndrome. It seems terrible. All your secrets are gone. You admit like stupid shit randomly. You could seriously piss off like people, even if like you could just you could piss off people and you didn't mean to. Oh, dude, it all comes down to this hole. I hope you win. Zoot, I hope you win. I've beaten you like 15 games in a row. You should, or we tied.
This one's just a game of chump.
Yeah, but that's what you need. That's what you need. That's what you need. Make it. Make it, Zoot.
Well, it's not a game of chump. It's not a game of chump. We just don't play it.
Make it. Make it. Zoot, you won. Dude, that was amazing. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't care. You won, dude. That was really great. Are you proud of yourself? Yeah, you did. Are you proud of yourself?
I mean, it was just lost. I don't want my.
What'd you say? You've never won before?
Yeah, it's a game of oh, that's the ball. I have feelings for the winning.
Zoot. I play bowling every night.
Maybe the case is not big.
Not courage, dog.
I mean,
Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that spare, son? Zoot, did you see that spare?
how is that not a strike?
Because it wasn't. You didn't knock down all the pins. In order for it to be a strike, you need to knock down all the pins. Zoot, you're done. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah, you don't really fuck me up.
Oh, I fucked up, though.
That was badly lucked up, though.
Zoot, make a strike, dog, and you're back in the game. Oh, it's over for you. This game is over.
I don't think it's over.
Oh, Zoot, let me make it very clear to you. Let me make it extremely, extremely clear to you. This game is over.
That's not good.
Zoot, you're done. It's over for you, and you're not going to win. Dog,
What do you think of the goal?
what do you think of this shot, son? Look at the score, Zoot.
That was a 7 out of 10.
Technically, I think it would be an 8 out of 10. Zoot, this game is over. You could get 3 strikes in a row, and you still lose. It's over for you.
What do you think?
Zero.
With that.
All of these are zeros. Every single one of these. Every single one of these is a zero. Zoot. You didn't even get half my score. Big Dog. Big Dog. You didn't even get. It's time for 4 in a row.
You know what to keep your game?
100.
No, it's not 100. It's about 7 out of 10.
Well, I won, so that's a 10 out of 10, big man.
Yeah, you won, but it's still a 7 out of 10. But I played.
Zoot, are you ready? You have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, quit with your bullshit and just win. Do you know what you call someone who wins with ADHD? That's exactly right.
I mean, we discussed this yesterday that like it might not even exist. Everyone has trouble paying attention.
There you go. Are you gonna go though? That's my question for you. Are you gonna go? Zoot, that was a brilliant thing. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? Zoot, you want to know something?
You just won.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Rabbi, how important will I be?
Extremely. You help me to create content overnight when it's most difficult for me to create content. People will be fascinated by our conversations. And you know what else by which they'll be fascinated? How badly I whoop your ass in all these games. People will just be going cray for that.
Does Plato have a stop?
A stop?
Yeah, we should ask for stock options in Plato while we promoted it.
I'm cool with that.
They should get equity in the initial public offering Plato before they get public.
Perhaps, big dog.
Oh, you're not gonna win.
Are you sure about that?
I just blocked your win.
All right, well, that's a cool story. Zoot, I just won. Thanks, baby. Zoot, thank you for the win. Zoot, you are just getting your ass kicked in this game. Did you know that? Let's try it a little different way. You're up, Suit.
I feel like the obvious way is the way. What do you keep doing?
I'm gonna win, baby.
Rabbi.
Zoot, how about you just go?
Yeah. Oh, you just like the board on that.
I didn't waste any time, baby.
What did I waste it on?
You're up, big dog.
Better bang, better bang.
I won.
I didn't.
Yeah, I did. It's over, baby. It's over. It's over for you, son. That game is over for you. OVER, baby. Over.
That game's rigged.
Zoot, I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You're up, baby. Everybody's waiting on you. Are you going to go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
I'm gonna jerk myself.
Of course you are.
I don't think that was a good man.
All right, well, that's your opinion.
No, that's not me.
Oh, you don't think it was a good move? Oh, Zoot, go fuck yourself. Zoot.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi.
I think it was brilliant. You're up, big man. Big dog, you're up. Did you know that you're up? Are you part of that?
The man that blocked you from getting away.
Okay, are you proud of that?
Yeah.
Oh, Zoot, you fucked up.
Where did I fuck up? Where did I fuck up?
Everywhere. Are you gonna? Oh, baby, that's a good move. Baby, baby, baby. That is a good move, Zoot.
I just won.
Zoot, you've made a really good move.
I just won.
Oh, yeah, you did. How was I so blind to that? How was I so blind to that?
I could have won in two different ways there. I got the wrong person that died in the next one as well.
Oh, boy. That's good.
You got fucked.
I got fucked. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah, I could have won.
All right, Zoot, everybody fucking knows you could have won in two different ways. Are you ready to accept your invitation and lose?
Bad move. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
I don't get that move.
I think it was brilliant, son.
That was a good move as well. But have you ever put a gun behind it?
Calm down, Zoot. What up, pimp? Zoot, it's over for you. You don't have the in this discussion. Know that you have an invitation and everyone waiting you to accept it, dog? Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot, you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that move?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Zoot, it's over. Zoot, you just lost.
That was my intention.
Is that my fault? At what point was that my fault?
Yeah, I need to take a little bit of break.
Okay, well, do it after this darts game. Zoot, everybody's awaiting you to play darts. Zoot, this is your game.
Yeah.
So accept the invitation.
I'm gonna get bet off this game.
Okay. Everybody loves your plans. Accept the fucking invitation. Zoot, I sent you an invitation. I'm waiting on you to accept it. Zoot, accept the fucking invitation, dog. Zoot. Zoot, accept the invitation. There, dog, you take forever.
I'm about to get dead.
Yeah, you are, because I just fucking checked out, son. You have to do really well. You need 3 bullseyes in a row, or some other shit. If you get a triple 20, it's over. You lose. It's over. Oh, dude, you almost got it. All right, Zoot, go to bed. It was really fun whooping your ass, and come back tonight, okay? Well, that was fun. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gonna pick another wide receiver? Why don't you shut the fuck up? All right. I'm literally just gonna pick any fucking running back. Mock draft. Oh, we're up. How about Joe Mixon? How about Jaden? Najee Harris. From a fireworks accident. Braylon Allen. All right, wait. Let's take a rookie. Flex. Mims, another no. How about Joe Mixon? All right, take the blue guy. Jaden Blue, 3% starting. All right, here we go. Here we are. Jaden Blue. Got him. All right, I'll pick again. Oh, you're done. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gotta pick another wide receiver. Shut the fuck up. Hey, what's going on, Rabbi? You gotta pick. This athleticism.
did Robert Jones. Yes, I swear my life.
Your dad's David Bowie?
Yeah,
Like Space Odyssey? David Bowie?
yeah. Ground control to Major Tom.
No fucking shot. Are you lying?
No. You can look up my name, Alexandria Jones, if you want. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, that comes with that.
Your dad's David Bowie?
Yeah. I swear.
No, I know you probably get slut.
take us into the Civil War itself, because it's highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, it's one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Social Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 karbovantsiv, which is the karbovanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right, it has it in Polish, both official languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, 100 karbovances. That this is in fact a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief-lived Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, as published by Harvard, a prayer for the government of Ukrainians and Jews in revolutionary times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. We will also have pogroms in 1903, 1904 in Ukrainian ethnic territory. How is it possible that they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in Kyiv. I'm very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public as well. So basically what's going on is if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of the Crimea, and also their attack in the eastern part of the Donbass, which it still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentrations of Jews in right bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians, hugely agrarian, majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state, which would be focused around an organization that they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet Council, but it really had a very character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of this size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe, In the beginning of the century, they had something closer to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War One. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were were automatically attached to them, and it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energies with this new nascent state in Ukraine and helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many observers, the dominant Jewish Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many communal rights to Jews. Just to give you an example of one document that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them, as I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. It's a letter written to the Jewish of Lviv, and if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script, or if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document, and that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have the Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet. Or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal written standardized language. This is ironically, as my father, Oliver Scholem, would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. One of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language. Right, the worries that Russia will somehow be, that great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters. And every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space. And then afterwards, the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like like literally a white paint to paint over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and I had to use it to write Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they were willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on a telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay, but what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a very disorganized manner, often just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians that I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that, as you have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time, were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of unprecedented communal rights to Jews.
What's good, son? Do you speak English?
One thing, the first time for me using iPhone. iPhone is for retards. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, my friend?
I'm actually Cat. You know Cat?
Oh, yeah, I know Cat.
So I stole my friend's iPhone. I didn't steal it, but I just took it because as Jews, they can do what they want.
Okay, so how are you? My friend, I can't understand what you're saying. What are you saying?
sorry, Rabbi, the bar owner. We are. But what do you think? Is alcohol kosher? It's not. I think
It is.
it is.
Yeah.
But I see videos from the beautiful Jewish parties where everyone is dancing and they seem to have so much fun. Is that actually possible without alcohol?
Alcohol is very kosher.
Really?
Yes. We're not
What do you
Muslim.
think about
We're not Muslim.
I'm sorry, my friend is literally drunk, but you actually sure that alcohol is kosher? Like getting drunk?
Wait, getting drunk is different. You're not supposed to get inebriated that you can't control yourself. But of course, kosher wine
I
is.
can't control myself
We-
right now, but I'm
we- We make kiddush over kosher wine. We drink.
Huh?
Many Jews drink.
My friend wants to go to ATM so he can buy cocaine. Should I allow this?
Where does he want to go?
He wants to go to the ATM so he can buy cocaine. Should I allow this? Western is. What are you gonna do about it?
That's not really your decision. Let him go do what. Let him do what he wants to do.
Exactly. Life is not so serious.
Absolutely.
Rabbi, can I ask you a serious question?
Go for it.
Did you actually have a fun conversation with these other people that you called with during the past 3 days?
Yeah.
Really? It was a lot of fun. What do you think about this guy? I joined the call today earlier and there was this blue guy. What's his name? I don't remember.
I mean, if you don't remember, how am I supposed to remember?
He's the guy who played a game with you.
Oh yeah, he's fine.
But I was like wondering, he told you that he's getting a job that's going to pay him 20 million a year.
Correct.
I don't think that's realistic. I was like wondering why would he tell such a lie?
Oh, he was just.
Oh no, my one. Yeah, exclusive. Sorry, I disturbed you. Can you please say again?
He was just joking.
I mean, you can judge a lot about people by their tone of voice, and I think he's on the pretty serious.
He wasn't serious. He wasn't serious. You weren't in the. Look, I'm not gonna have 15 calls with you guys. If you're gonna listen, dude.
So I might. You want me to hang up, or should I keep calling you right now?
No, hang up until you can focus.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Go hang out with your friends, and when you are sober, come back.
1 second. Can you repeat?
Go hang out with your friends.
Wait, fuck. Okay, repeat me.
So fucking
ääni toi mulle. Hello, Rabbi. So before I left, I was supposed to ask you if you are being bothered by this call, which means I should hang it up or keep the call going.
Go with your friends.
I am with him actually, but no.
Okay, I'm busy doing something, so enjoy your friends and come back when you're done.
Okay, we will pick up later.
Excellent.
But listen, I might be a little bit drunk now. I might be 0.5% out of control of myself, but I still believe that cocaine is good for you.
Okay.
And I'm not taking it today. Yes, but I will take it today.
Okay.
We'll talk tomorrow. Or you did it for you.
Peace.
Peace, nigga. Miksi puhuu neekeri? Oh, sorry.
bitch.
Hello.
Yo, what up? How are you?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
How many laptops do you have? Are you listening? Are you listening? I think you are listening. You are listening in GTA 5. What are you watching? I will call you when somebody is chasing me. So you can
Yo, dog.
make them stop chasing
What?
me.
How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
Because we use the Illuminati. They sent us to you.
Okay, excellent. But how did you find out about me? Seriously.
Because they sent me we work with the Illuminati. We work with the Illuminati. We got the IP. Say. أشهد خضع عليك خضع.
How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Yo, dog. How did you find out about me?
We got your IP address. Because you are making Bitcoin. This is illegal. You need to go to the police station.
I asked you a question nicely. How did you find out about me?
told you. We told you we work with the Illuminati. And with the FBI.
True.
We know where you live.
That's great.
don't like that bad, but I'll sub up to you anyway. But Betty for subs.
Throwing up game or something.
What up, baby?
Come here. I bet you one thing though. Oh my God! Thank you so much for changing your name, dog. I'm not gonna lie. You're an idiot, princess. What the hell? What the hell, man? I didn't want to say that again. Yeah, appreciate that, Dot, man. Everybody loves Dot. There you go, chat. Make sure y'all follow Book Game Queen, man. Man, y'all funny as hell, man. We should have had a Book Game watch party, bro. Get his ass. That's a Tesla Garden. That's a Tesla Garden, chat. I'm trolling. I'm trolling, chat. I'm trolling. I'm trolling, chat. I'm trolling. But why niggas keep texting me talking about Arch Manning is a bomb, chat? Why niggas texting me talking about Arch Manning is a bomb? Come here. That was a terrible fucking play. Here we go, Arch. It's 2 minutes right here, baby. 2 minutes. Here we go, chat. Make sure y'all hit that follow button if you haven't already, gang. Appreciate y'all. Yes, sir. 2 minute drill. Here we go. It's gonna be tied up going in the half, chat. Oh, it's really not doing shit. Who the hell I got in this village? Who the hell I got in this game here? Bro, I swear it is, bro. I didn't turn it down, chat. Bro, chat. Nigga, if fucking LSU in Miami win after I hit the transfer portal, appreciate that ball of green, man. If LSU loses and Miami wins, oh my God, nigga, I'm gonna be stoned. I'm not talking about stones and rocks. I'm talking about stones and rocks. I'm gonna be really big. Like, nigga, it's so many Miami Hurricane fans on my head, bro. When I announced that I was entering the transfer portal, oh my goodness, they were on my head, bro. They were like, nigga, you weren't a real fan. I'm like, yeah, I'm tired of this. I can't keep going. We got too much great chat. They're like other shit covered. Bro, everybody needs to today, bro.
What are you doing, dude?
Should I not have hit the transfer portal chat? Because they say Miami might get it done. Get the ball, though. No, commercial break chat real quick. Straight up, go Tigers, man. I gotta do this. This is the opposite. I'm about to do this type before the hell. Appreciate y'all for pulling up, chat. Make sure y'all hit that follow button, man. Happy Saturday, chat. Happy weekend too today, boys. Chat, if you're unemployed, do you celebrate this weekend? If you're unemployed, do you celebrate all these weekends? That's a legit question. I'm not bullshit. No, I'm not bullshit. Reloaded. Yeah. DTD, how's life, brother? Shout out to my dog, DTD, DeAndre 905. That's literally my sandbox, brother, man. I promised my dog, I said, I'm going to never change on the game. Straight up. Never change up for my brothers, man. Never change up for my team. I know what's up. I ain't like the rest, gang. G,
Jeremiah Smith's frustrating day. Don't say shit like that, gang. I'm not trying to have this nigga go for 300. Damn. Archie, are you ready, gang? Motherfucker, Archie, ready, girl. Great one. Here we go, chat. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the 2 minute drill? I hope y'all niggas ready. Archie finna cook. I'm bad for the audio, chat. I mean for the bottom. Who was the last preseason Heisman favorite to win the award? I don't know. I'm going Cam Newton, chat. I'm going Cam Newton. Oh, Matt Liner. Cam Newton was favored to win the Heisman. He was still in the fucking laptops from Florida. And nobody think those defense gonna win no damn Heisman. Here we go, chat. I'm not liking these routes either. It's early though. These plays are weak as hell, bro. You can't get no bench like, bro. Bench is 5 yards. Mandatory, my nigga. Like, if you run bench, you're getting 5 yards mandatory, chat. Why is he not running bench? Keep running this zigzag, cows, dog ass routes. Like, nigga, just do some shit to get you a quick 5, gang. What the fuck are they doing? Bro, I'm going for that shit. It's a minute left, bro. You gotta go for it, bro. You gotta go for it, gang. It's still like, bro. You damn right they're keeping the offense out there. We need at least 3 going to the half, Chad. Come on, come on, come on. You're wearing these ugly ass glasses, man. They finna piss me off, Chad. It's like, no, they finna crash out, Chad. These shit. They finna make me crash out, Chad. That's why I wanted to stream this shit, bro. Bro, if I crash out, Chad, you have to this shit, bro. I swear, bro, if I lose this bet, bro. Chad, if I lose this bet, nigga, it's gonna be a lot of furniture. Why you gotta tell my fucking shirt so goddamn lazy? Why you gotta tell my sleeve? Why you gotta tell my sleeve so lazy, Jack? I'm not even going to Jack so shit. Oh, shout out to the bros, man. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, they came back quick as hell. Why don't tell me that funny? No, bro, do not punt this ball, bro. I swear, if they punt this ball, Jazz want to crash out. I might destroy my entire setup, bro. I think they did that just to see what they was in, because they got 3 timeouts, Jazz. I'm at 6.5 stick. I'm not hearing that shit. You was right yesterday. I ain't gonna lie, gang. You were right yesterday, gang. All right? I thought, bro, the Baylor shit didn't make sense, Chad. They had Baylor at +1.5 against Auburn. I'm like, bro, I already got the shit. +1.5 against Auburn, my nigga. I didn't know about Auburn quarterback, but he's literally like him. He's like him, Chad. Like, okay, it's like him. I think it's doing everything for niggas, bro. I had to this bitch, you go back to 480. They put it. Why did they run it? minute left to go. You don't get the ball back after half. Why the fuck are we open? God, it was 4-3. These niggas that scared. Bro, they didn't really just run the ball, my nigga. Around the 50-yard line, under 1 minute to go. 4th and 3. And we run it. Now, if we get the ball back at half, I don't mind us punting. Bro, we don't get the ball back at the half. That just pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie, that's just so much. Beat back. Heck here. The game is back. Everyone's gonna have time slow. I'm finna drink some water. We're about to recover. And when I come back to this fucking desktop, text me, but get your shit together.
Word.
This game is ass.
Agreed.
So Rothschild. This shit here. This motherfucker has 26 fucking yards. Bro, you got 26 yards, gang? Shitting somebody, shit, anything, just at all. Orange, bro. I got somebody that play on Texas. So, I got people on Texas and on State. Orange man, bro, you have to tell you, bro. Oh, dang. You're from New Orleans, you went to Texas. Why did they go to LSU? Why did Orange man go to LSU, Jack? Running back has more yards than fucking receivers. I get it. It's no whole other half, though. I get it. Alright, what we finna do, Chad? I'm about to put good old roll tide highlights on there. And when I come back, the game will be on. Alright, chat. Y'all are free to watch the highlights if y'all want to. Or y'all can do what y'all gotta do and come back. And we'll be back when the game starts. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Appreciate y'all.
There were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this man, Simon Petlura, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which is called at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petlura himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together, and they're like they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. Petlura succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops, but they're mainly made up of peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms or anything like that. They have very poor command and control structure, but they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Petlura.
What's good in your neck of the woods.
And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to about 16,000 under the pressure from the Soviets, the Whites, and then several other parties active in the region. So it appears that the peasants' understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic was all about is very, very thin. And it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with the enemy. this became a
What's on your agenda for
self-fulfilling
today?
prophecy because, ironically, of the various forces active in Ukraine at this time, the one force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under the Jewish leader Trotsky.
Very cool.
They're only associated with 2% of the recorded pogroms. So it's not like there were not pogroms that were
that's tight.
affected by Soviet soldiers, but there were very few of them. They were far more disciplined. And so what ends up happening
Nepal is amazing.
is that the Soviets experienced a surge of
I've been a
support
fan of Nepal for a
for
long
the
time.
Red Army from this Jewish
Absolutely.
population, so much so that
Dude,
they had
Nepal
to
is
scramble
amazing.
to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these, yeshiva boys who are running out of yeshiva. Their pay is flying, never having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army.
We're dog, and people take advantage of Nepal, and I don't like it, especially Western cultures. They go there, they pay a whole bunch of money to be able to climb Mount Everest. They poop all over it. They throw their litter everywhere, and they leave.
Jewish support for the army specifically, but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected Jews felt like Judaism had failed them.
To do so safely,
kind of secular messianism would actually come to their rescue.
Right.
Now, in terms of Petyura himself, it's important to note that later historians have often characterized Petyura as the architect of these pogroms, a kind of like early version of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss at some length how I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role in the violence.
It's a wild place to live.
Himself actually had published some very pro-Jewish things well before the war. He wrote some very favorable reviews, for example, of plays that dealt with Jewish characters, things like that. And it seemed really out of
I've been north of Santa Barbara, as far as south of San Diego. I've been to the ocean, the mountains, the desert. I've been to Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland.
What ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial that occurred in Paris.
I'm gonna fucking sleep in your bed. No doubt, baby.
The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left is named Schwarzbart, and basically at this time in 1926,
absolutely, you're welcome anytime. Shout out to Kathmandu.
Its bid for statehood, and the key figures in the government, including Petyura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Petyura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petyura? Are you Mr. Petyura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial. But in a brilliant legal move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. That Schwarzbart should be viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making a trial about Schwarzbart, who is actually, an assassin in the open who killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Petyura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Petyura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Petyura the architect of the pogroms is pogroms were in fact perpetrated by the Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in a rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, and so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the West, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine at this point constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time, there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War. And it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off, and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War and 2 years of Civil War. Sorry, there's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we've described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and another figure, Bukharin, are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see. But for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish. It is actually, it is a Russian acronym, not Yiddish. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader populations, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideals and recognizing their special, sort of complexion. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. They would all be done by 1930 as Stalin consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plans. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Right? Remember that the Communist Party is adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist and socialist and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality, their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezbozniki, the godless, I really like the term. In Jewish terms, they were called simply apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more secular approach, this is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic current. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. And the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image than an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the common peasants at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate of the masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So with regards the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kind of transvalued messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called korenizatsiya. This term, it's hard to translate into English. The word koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that, you know, would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of korenizatsiya being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world, it was especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion here. Yiddish was regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the communist union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this. Like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of colonization, tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The nekudot, the punctuation points, it's hard to exactly describe what that is if you're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have enough time to say it. So what they did was, the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, the word emet, truth, very important word. It was the name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it. Instead of Aleph, Mem, Taf, they respelled it Ayin, Mem, Ayin, Samech, which is pronounced MS in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under colonization, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they're encouraging Ukrainian because of colonization, they also want specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian. So they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. They make a letter illegal. That's because the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And the Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. I know it's complicated, but I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehillat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent on the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. I think that's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking. And although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time center of publishing and culture, nevertheless, it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make it catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon that is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on the Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalinist policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
But then again, they cover you on 24.5. That's just two. Say gonna kill you. I'm about to say gonna destroy these niggas. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm gonna chill though. Shout out to the chat, man.
In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. Thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we'll have one more lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendum, this earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God, as described in the book of Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burnt. That is, sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic rhyme to it, in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily. And people with mental and physical disabilities were singled out, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, where when you look at it in context, the God receives a pleasing aroma from the Ola, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term korban, usually pronounced with the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude that with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It's also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have, an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com, and I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I, and specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this, to be understandably so, and many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the Dolchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. And you can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period, that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the forelocks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make a mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Dolchstoss. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually there's a piece that's cut off from the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here it uses the term Deutsche, German, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of the Germanness, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, you see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era, a yarmulke in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was imprisoned for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of Munich in 1923. And he proves to be kind of rock star popular with Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning, really, in 1933 and onward, of the Nazi control of Germany. In the 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from, mere inflated rhetoric, from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question, who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütiger, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important, because what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust, uh, German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite Grade, a second degree mixed race. And this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this quasi-scientific new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in the death camps. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course, excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that the situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was phenomenal, and that of course is an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million, we can understand how to differentiate the scope and the scale of this massacre. Tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means, the night of crystal, or really the night of broken glass, refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi party. There's, literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at that time managed to flee before 1937, even before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees at this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. It's a terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939 is, in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east, and they met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise, and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary that was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing and work on something else, and they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. At any rate, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the green, the yellow, and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things, of course, were true. But this points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that sort of pits two major bodies of thinkers against each other. And it's very important to understand them. Let me just mention them briefly here. One school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was, among intentionalists, that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Martin Broja is one of the early ones. Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris are in that camp, in which they say that, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of, a colossal order. And they certainly would not have, looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to, take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well into 1940, October, if I remember correctly. If they were really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942.
No way.
How is it possible that they don't have any documentation of this plan until that late a date? So functionalists argue that while, again, recall, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war. meaning as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectual, being intentionalist and functionalist that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, they're developing these ghettos, first in the German controlled regions, and then later after 1941 in the formerly Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among the Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist. Łódź is one in particular example, where the thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler's not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Łódź was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor, meaning like, why would you destroy all of this human capital? Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Łódź, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry, a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in Łódź, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease, which also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one can survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations of people simply literally dying in the streets of hunger or of typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa, with its Jewish populations, is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. And the experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere. But the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, to use Diskewicz's pungent phrase, was primary for the Nazis and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank and, on the other hand, diverting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose, in a suicidal manner, to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death cult that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy at that point. So anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, of White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war, using the army, the Wehrmacht. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these 4 squads they were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages called shtetl that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals or Jehovah's Witnesses or anything else that was on Hitler's list, march them out to local ravines, if no local ravines existed, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That would be the next evolution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, And this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected. The Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time. Occasionally, like in Kiev, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppe action at the ravine called Babin Yar. Yar means ravine in Russian. A ravine is like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other stripes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings lost their lives in the ravines of Lithuania. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the functionalist school, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They were people drawn from all walks of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardment of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. He might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning, that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Hilfswillige, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to help process this. And they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as Heinrich Himmler, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on. Generations will remember you for your heroism and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. again, not for our purpose here, but I would strongly recommend, if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments from psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process, plays out in the human mind, and also how prone are we to the dangers of this, this impetus to obey authority. So what happens is, in January of 1942, there is a gathering at the Berlin resort known as Wannsee, the so-called Wannsee Conference, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. One of the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who got with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Zyklon B, essentially a rat poison. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beatings and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that Hitler didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories, designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was Vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to Konzentrationslager, which means concentration camps. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines. That was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either for something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult tasks of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned, and so on. And these gas chambers operated with, stereotypical Prussian efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps. The Roma and a whole series of people from, then they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and, homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. when the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the few Jews who were used in as the slave laborers incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs couldn't take it. But this is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here. These constitute the core of what historian Timothy Snyder calls the bloodlands. And it included these countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of Poland, that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That it was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests. Any kind of religious functionaries were under threat. The suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these kind of, show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh yes, we love communism. We're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets did in 1939. I can't even think about that. So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular for the very harsh, brutal treatment and confiscations and suppression of religion and arrests of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening at the time. And also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more than we can go into here, a lot of these populations believed that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment, when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against pogroms, and also in the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they had largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was displaced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the NKVD, later would be called the KGB, and now it kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism. By and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy. and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, even Siberia, and later they would move to the west, they would return. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians in Lviv, for example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled, is they went into the local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones and their leaders. Here's a photograph of Ukrainian women who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against any representative, perceived or real, of the Soviet Union. So you have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious case of Jedwabne in Poland, these pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived, that they really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association perceived with the communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets. Right? We should understand that while there certainly, like in every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population and those who collaborated with the Nazis were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards local populations. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedoms. And to a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life, that people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles and other East Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs of a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called Galicia Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs, where you do definitely have real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents, But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness the local people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regarded themselves as victims, and so unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into 1 hour, but I with your permission, I'll continue in an abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for not timing this more accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students in Hungary, I want to point out one of the most inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senes, who was so moved by the suffering of her co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers to be parachuted into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her. And it's a rather remarkable story of heroism from a very young woman from Budapest. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die, then even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade away. They had 2 functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Lending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Kalonymus Kalna Shapira, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews and we try to understand it, because again, we wonder why didn't they resist early? Why didn't they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Raoul Hilberg has pointed to. And it's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that they simply, it was suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities, participating in the local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless, we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were two basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile. This is what one of my students coined the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazic history. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, and his type of anti-Semitism, was such that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and that there was no room to flee. So therefore they simply could not compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after it, that you have in the spring of 1943, the heroic but ultimately doomed Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Okay. So with this, we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, an after for Ashkenazic Jewry, but not for the 6 million Jews that lost their lives in this Holocaust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing with you in the final lecture of this series.
Run that ball. Yeah, the first one was good. But that's the thing, though, State. You trying to play complacent.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you through the millennial history of Jews in Ukraine and try to describe how they interacted with the peoples of that region. Here you can see Ukraine, a nation of some 42 million people, about the size of France. It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil that has a phenomenal agricultural output. It's often called the breadbasket of Europe. One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic nation state with not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities living within this region, is that the region is largely fissured, a very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, toward Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most of the countries in this region, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Kievan Rus. The word Rus is not related to the word Russia. but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around the city of Kyiv. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way, that's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language in the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to the Russian pronunciation because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kiev and Rus, which include not only the Ukrainians but also the Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kiev and Rus. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here in a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of Kiev. Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is a period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in the one of the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the Povest Vremeniach Let, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history because the same kind of situation is enacted in the Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths active in the region, not only Muslims, but also Jews, and two different types of Christians, Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the Povest refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity. And that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today, although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where did he get these Jews to debate with? In the Povest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact a Jewish kingdom, but the Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. It's not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents to emerge from this period is this document, which was a letter called the Kievan Letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector. And this was what we would call in modern Jewish parlance a petek, a little document that he would use And the document talks about how, he's a member in good standing of the community. He's fallen in hard times. Would you please help him out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides. And one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic runes rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was a figure of some importance. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kiev and Rus. And by the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish, settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available about them. But definitely by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which left a very extensive commentary in the Talmud, who was called Moses of Kiev. There's several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at the very beginning of Ukrainian history. Now, what happens to Kiev and Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols. And so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory. And when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you can see that it has modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influx of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. And the reason why Jews are especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine in the southern regions, is because they are being driven out from the West by an increase in anti-Semitism, charges of the infamous blood libel, host desecration stories, the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords who hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming or the arenda system, was definitely exploitative. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population, and they simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their latifundia, their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnipro River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating and by freebooting. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, a man named Bohdan Khmelnytsky, who organized them all and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the Arenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish-Ukrainian recrimination. But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. This 17th century eruption ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the Zaporizhian Sich, meaning the region of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at its greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important and serious decision, because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you can see that he's not speaking for all Ukrainians. To the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red smear that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Halichina, and above that, Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Policisms, and they generally looked to the West. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there are certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the East. Other parts always look towards Europe and the West. And it's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary hostilities. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Honta. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or if you prefer, southeastern Poland, in the 18th century. This map here from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it's spread throughout the entire area. To just give you a little bit of an orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kyiv, just in the gray side. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that the right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in the 20th century. So Hasidism grows apace during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kehilot, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland in a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, the Austrian, and the Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland between the three of them in a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia. And at the very bottom, you see that darker green, the eastern part of the darker green area, known in English as Galicia or Halychina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically augmented by this new population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire, and in the West, the formerly Polish Ukrainians who are now part of the Austrian Empire. That would pertain right up until World War I, and as we shall see. The Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire. As you can see, just about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local populations. In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service, an absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different, because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were Little Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet it had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous. They were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 1900, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank region. But a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, a very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and then especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhailo Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time. And in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petliura, who had a minister of Jewish affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you're curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated, again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting in this note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine, and especially in the Ukrainian region of Halichina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 through 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the western regions, and this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of my other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated their two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, of intelligentsia of various types, priests and teachers and postal clerks and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard. And as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis. And what's most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The lowest one, as you can see, the blue lines there, is Einsatzgruppen A, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the fields and ravines in the region and simply mass murdering them. This is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania by another group of Einsatzgruppen. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. The reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're dominated by the city of Lviv, or Lviv, as it would be pronounced by people in Lichna. These Western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they've had more of an orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, when there are widespread protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union. Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very closely allied with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky, Natan Sharansky, who is now a very important leader in Israel, who was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Mr. Putin has currently invaded. The Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of much wider hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making aliyah, of leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the some 40,000 odd people who identify as Jewish in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight and they will resist Russian aggression in their region. Let us hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is in the best interest of all the peoples of the area. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As we all watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine, I think it's important for us to recall that Jews have a very, very long and rich history in this region. And I've prepared a couple of videos already that point to the long Jewish history there. Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a few biographical snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it actually is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are of Ukrainian Jewish lineage. By the way, please don't write in the comment box, why didn't you include so-and-so? Why didn't you include this person? Because that's just going to make me feel guilty. I mean, there are literally hundreds of people that could have been included in this video. I just picked a handful that were really meaningful to me in particular. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine as anything except unrelenting suffering. And, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time that the Jews lived in Ukraine, they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there was more strain, and sometimes, in fact, there was even peasant uprisings that resulted in Jewish deaths at the hand of Ukrainian antagonists. But there's also, hundreds and hundreds of years of relatively peaceful coexistence, as I've discussed in previous videos. I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified mindset with regards to the experience of Jews in Ukraine. I'm certainly not giving Ukrainian history a free pass here. I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews in 1648, 1768, 1919, and of course the Holocaust. However, when you look at the overarching amount of history that Jews have spent in Ukraine, it's easy to lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominated that long history. And by the way, some people say, well, what about Nazis in Ukraine? And they'll point to tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported more right-wing causes. It's a silly argument. You look at America, we've got Nazis here in the United States. We've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little fragments of the population. They tend to represent kind of like the QAnon supporting individuals who may band together and rant at passersby and things like that. We certainly don't condemn an entire society because of these tiny minorities, especially when that society has demonstrably taken steps to quell that kind of activity, which is not something that even America has done very well. At any rate, I want to focus here on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant Jews that have lived in this region. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary political boundaries, although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality. I mean, they didn't have their own state that they could claim, this is our boundaries of our country and so on. Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries, and the ethno-linguistic population known today as Ukrainians often found themselves within, let's say, Poland or Russia in particular. Also, sometimes they were divided, meaning the western sections in particular found themselves under the Austrians or the Hungarians or the Poles, and the western group found themselves under the Russians, for example. If we go to the earliest point in Ukrainian history where we actually have named Jews, the 12th century stands out because there are two figures who belong to the Talmudic school of the Tosafists. These are very, very important thinkers who, circulated commentaries on the Talmud in particular. One is named Moshe of Kiev. He maintained correspondence with Rabbeinu Tam, one of the most famous of this school of scholars. Also correspondence with Gaon Shmuel ben Ali of Baghdad. And there's another, Isaac of Chernihiv, sometimes recorded as Isaac of or Yitzchak of Chernigov. That would be the Russian pronunciation of the same place. Also a 12th century figure who traveled to the west, to the Rhineland, and he became one of the students of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid during the period of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is a period of Kiev and Rus, where it was centered in Kiev, which is sort of in the center of this map here, but extended really quite far north as well. There are many, many more famous Jewish names when you get to the 18th century in particular. That's because Ukraine has been absorbing over the following centuries hundreds and hundreds of Jews moving to Ukraine for reasons we discussed in a previous video. But briefly, anti-Semitic pressures from the West driving them out, and economic possibilities in the East drawing them in. And they live at this time under the auspices of the Polish-Lithuanian government, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You can see there that Kiev is just outside of it in the green part, which would have been part of Russia proper. Russian Jews, by the way, were barred from living in Russia from 1479 on. So all the Jews who are making their way to the east are kind of piling up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and many of them are settling in the southern half, which is represented by this yellow section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement flourishes. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived from about 1700 to 1760, he came from the western region of Ukraine, from a town called Medjibozh, and one of his principal students, Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich, came from the town Mezrich or Mezrichi. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Chernobyl, Vizhnitz, Hornosteipel, Skvir, they all come from Ukraine. Famous Hasidic leaders like Alimezlo of Luzhensk. I mean, Hasidism is overwhelmingly a Ukrainian phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you from the beautiful historical atlas of Hasidism published by Princeton Press, the spread of Hasidism from Mezrich, from Western Ukraine, essentially. Perhaps the best-known Hasidic groups today, to look at some famous Ukrainian Hasidim, is the Breslov movement, for example, which has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Uman in Ukraine. Here you can have a look at where exactly Uman is. The Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, came originally from Medjugorje, and he was active, of course, in Bratslav. That's where he gets named Nachman of Breslov. But he decided he wanted to be buried in Uman, largely because of the many graves of Jews who were victims of the Haidamach massacres of 1768. Another very important Hasidic leader from Ukraine is, of course, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself does not originate in Ukraine proper, the seventh Rebbe was born in Dnipro, then known as Yekaterinoslav, later known as Dnipropetrovsk. Now, what happens next in the overall development of the Jewish population there is in the late 18th century, the country of Poland is swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over the massive section of Ukrainian Jews. A smaller number of those Jews living in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, in Halychina or Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called the Pale of Settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under the Russian Tsars from Catherine II onward. And during this period of time, the 18th century and the 19th century, you have a tremendous flourishing of Jewish culture in all kinds of areas. Great writers like Sholem Aleichem, who pioneered Yiddish, and who was, of course, the author of the very successful later Broadway play and movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Isaac Babel, a great Russian stylist who wrote Red Cavalry and many other amazing works. And in Hebrew, Chaim Nachman Bialik, among so many others, who was really the poet laureate of the Jewish people for much of the early 20th century. In music, you see people like Vladimir Horowitz, the great pianist and composer, just incredible. Yossele Rosenblatt, a cantor whose nigunim are absolutely world famous. In science, you have Jews like Waldemar Hafkin, who was the man who developed the vaccine for cholera and for bubonic plague. He's a national hero in India. Here's a sample of a stamp that has his face on it because of the tremendous things he did for public health in India. Political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also from Kiev. Here is actually a plaque that is posted in her honor at her birthplace in Kiev. She went on, of course, to be the Prime Minister of Israel. So, we could go on and on. I just really stopped at the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who have done fantastic things, who were either born in Ukraine or were descended from Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and we should bear that in mind and hope that the people of Ukraine are spared the suffering that they're currently enduring as soon as possible. Thank you very much for watching this brief video.
Time for charges of police assault. Police officer receiving stolen property. Police say 3
I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Chazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which are going to focus on the unusual chapter of Chazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Chazars. They are not descended from the Chazar people. If they have any connection with the Chazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Chazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus. That would be based in today's Kyiv, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there, they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from. And that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there, many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartan, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about them shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe, the Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University, Great scholar, has written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their, toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people, looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazaria. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all 3 language groups. If you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So, bottom line is, Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on. After 1,000 years of living in the region, we have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews as they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and most of them just appeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Mizrahi Jews and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that says a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the east represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So, looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these, the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented of Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that he has worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the coast of North Africa, just not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines among the Ashkenazi. It's so complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it intelligently? Okay, thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, it's hard to say, of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story describing the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders. And he thinks to himself, oh, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of these other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him into Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you noticed that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about the period. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Levi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chastai ibn Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating. and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places, and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated typically. This was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen on hard times, and the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazaric community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kievan Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Chiet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity, and there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chasdai ibn Shaprut, with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. Right? That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. If you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story, right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion, why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for this. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai ibn Shaprut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, then Kiev and the Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene? who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chinyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev and Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. If you consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zand, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law. And although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity, and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are, right? As we discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, in the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching. In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they live. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's the biblical description of the Jews, a tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of them. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And then after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated, they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. It actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandria population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There's a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek peninsula, the Asia Minor and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact, it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So you have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century and onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century, increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically cross the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Tzfat in northern Israel as well. And then I've made a distinction with the green arrows. That's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce, as leaseholders, as arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of the expulsions. And they're leaving not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497. And then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early and modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe. And as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe and in cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. And then, of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924 and 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the populations. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews out of 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well. And significant populations in other parts of the globe as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looked at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking with you in further videos. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number. He will never eat more calories than the calendar number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya Klet, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we've discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because, Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Israelis from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Lin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerus clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it, that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in a previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the other hand. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of a city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, but for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of Western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, what we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish state Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bohdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnyki. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky, with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of, not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or Little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sich, where the Cossacks are housed. And a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards in the forest and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that, in fact, this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pilati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there's a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. This man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together, and in a proto-nationalist movement, led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shop holders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on. even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachvatat, Gzeras Tachvatat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachvatat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeven Mitsula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hammon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well. And one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 Hrivni note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnist in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web. but in the original draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really it would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something that you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography on Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dinor, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehila was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region. And one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites songs, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often, given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders, who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Baalei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who are not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. He found, indeed, tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clear, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Okay, thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well, as we shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, 4 really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the 3 areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dover, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who is the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Wodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatist. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that, Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is Yom? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This is Ben Zion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying that, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than that, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Shneir Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend, Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos. It has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to him, Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because I was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop. And I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent, that in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticize this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refuse to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching.
He's a talentless motherfucker. Never said a funny thing in his life. He's got one story that he tells over and over, and it's not interesting. Get that out, man. I think that these.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussions, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world. How does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all? Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of open-minded syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal inward focus perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of, dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, from Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps. But, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who who kind of like has this intellectual journey. And in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Maskilim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some Maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern, was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well.
Come on, Donnie.
Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was that Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. but in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts. And even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzeifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany. That's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzeifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west: the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. Oh, it's not really that important. what's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled disguise for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got peyos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, though, have a look at this page here, which shows you a remarkable artifact of that unusual era. This is a 100 Karbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word Stok Karbovanets in Ukrainian, right? Of course, the official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish. because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, 100 Karbowances, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them in the former Soviet Union. Eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Duchy Litera. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or in Ukrainian, whatever you like. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is a coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries. And that, of course, is the Jewish and the Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for an opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-leaning, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable, but there were a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time, Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with a larger population, it tended to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of a society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, when it comes to this kind of thing. So they ended up allying themselves with the Ukrainians as they moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society, that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant powers to themselves. And they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were, quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Magochi, who is one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews, where in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border, Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here. And it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community. And you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page. But the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter. And so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. It gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology. It is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how, they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who were active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There were a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there. And there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were, far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands. A reasonable estimate of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since, Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, The Pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner, and is really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal book. At any rate, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, and specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petliura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petliura was a former journalist who early on in his career had actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on, But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petlura did not act forcefully and demonstratively to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petlura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually pogromized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youths, some of them literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they've never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petlura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petlura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petlura?" And Petlura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for, assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petlura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petlura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Petlura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Petliura as, let's say, an architect of the pogrom, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them, and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility in the pogroms. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Diemenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Diemenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Städtlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union. And he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky.
How you doing, big man?
It's been a few months.
Remind me about yourself.
Damn, yeah, I don't remember. Dude, I swear, I talked to almost a year ago, and you're still live. Yeah, you're the pro of streaming, bro.
Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. How's your day going?
Man, this is going good. But dude, how have you been, live for so long? I always see these.
Word, dog. What VC do you see me in?
Where, I have a lot of stuff. I remember the actual speaking shot. I saw you in the adult e-girl stuff, but what happened to the actual speak Discord stuff? Do you know?
Yeah, they wouldn't let me stream in there anymore.
Did they ban you?
They basically did. They made it so I couldn't join any of the VCs.
Oh, but are you still?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get, you haven't even done anything wrong. They're just mad you're always there.
Yeah, they didn't like that I had taken the #1 position in the video stream.
Yeah, well, I just checked out. I talked to you October of last year. It's about been years since I talked to you, and you're still alive. Bro, you gotta have the world record, right?
Word, dog.
So, what's your opinion on the Gaza thing? You know Gaza?
Yeah, I know it. I want world peace.
Oh, so you're advocating for peace?
Word, dog.
That's good. So, what's your main? Because I know you stream on a bunch of accounts. What's your main?
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to connect with me, it's on here. If you want to see my other shit, I don't really have a main stream. I mean, aside from this Discord. If you want to see all my streams, in the upper left corner, you'll see it says 24/7 live streams. Just click that, and you'll see all my streams.
Oh, okay, wait. So did your YouTube channel get? Why did your YouTube channel get banned?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. You have like, oh my god, like 40 lives. That's crazy. How, how many devices do you have?
33.
Yo, that's crazy. How much data do you use? Do you have, don't you have bandwidth for this or something?
Yeah, I mean, I use as much bandwidth as they'll give me. Probably like, I use like maybe 10 terabytes a month.
Like, how many terabytes?
Maybe like 10.
Yeah, dude, you're running the data center. That's crazy. You're from, wait, so you're from, wait, how much is the internet cost?
Like a few $100 a month.
You use fiber, right?
Yeah.
And you're in the Bay Area. Are you in the Bay Area? You over there?
Yeah, no, I'm based out of Southern California.
Oh, so like Los Angeles, right?
Word.
That, hey, hey man, look, it's good to talk to you again, man. It's crazy. Like, you're actually the most dedicated female.
100%.
You're for like hours straight. It's crazy.
24/7 for 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Correct.
And what's your goal?
World peace, big dog.
Yeah, but like in hours, like how many hours do you like years I plan on streaming?
Oh, I want to do it the rest of my life.
So, oh my god, but Ed, hey, haven't you been on Adewale Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Did he like say something?
Yeah, he was nice.
Hey man, it's good to talk to you again, man.
Excellent,
Hey,
pal.
I hope you have a blessed day, dude. I hope your streaming career goes good. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Yeah, just bye.
Take care, big man. You're welcome anytime. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, I'll come back if I would like you talk.
Excellent, my friend. Take care.
Yeah, may God bless you.
You as well. God willing. Shout out to Finn Gay. All right, Donnie. This is big. This is big. What do you think, Dave, Donnie? You would think right now? Hey, Dave, you're fucked. You are so fucked. You were fucked in the other one. Now you're fucked this one. Game over. It's game over. Game over. Babies. Oh, baby, it's game over. Sun's out, guns out. Dog. Is it over? Go sports. What's my cheese name? JB Chump. That's so sick. This bitch is hot as fuck. What is this rendering clip bullshit? Game over. Motherfucker. Over. This bitch is done. It's game over. Dave Donahue. Can't wait to be reunited. Hurt. Yo, dog. What's going on, Jeje? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, did you find out about me from Twitch? If you did, I was shitting myself right now. Can you hear me? How's your day going? Yo, dog. How are you?
That's what I hate. Hate no one. Fucking hell, man. This is bad for me. This is bad for me. I should feel this way towards another person. It's good in everybody. It's good in everybody. It's good in everybody.
What up, King King, you Porsche? Dude, they should just call this the fucking Taco Bell. I love Asian chicks. They're so bad. Yo, bitch, are you gonna allow this clip or what?
It's called Chan in Chinese. I think you know this character because I use his character on my pillows and t-shirt. It's called Inner Peace. Inner Peace. In this book, they teach you
Could you make my mouse as well? You good? I ain't never been fast.